Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. Good to see everybody in here. Hey, Bridget, you number one in here tonight. You're all right. Hello, PG. Good evening to you. Much love for you and Summer Wells. Aw, Purple Hearts for Summer. God bless. God bless. Hey, Mama, 24. You number two. 24/7 first. All right. Hello, everyone. Purple Hearts for Summer. Amen. Hello, hello, hello to you. Good to see you guys. And all right, Miss Justice, there you are. Number three. Much love, PG. Prayers, love, and justice for summer. Amen. God bless. And all right, Kaylee, you number four, girl. Good evening, Prayer Garden. Hope you're doing well. God bless all of the missing children. Amen. I appreciate that, girlfriend. Good evening to you. All right. The legendary, how you doing tonight? I'll get down through here if I can. Aw, that is so sweet. That is so sweet. Much love and prayers for everyone. Amen. That is beautiful. And I see some purple hearts down here too. See some purple hearts flying. Uh, hey Michelle, how you doing, sweetie? She said, hi, hallelujah. Amen. Um, Let me see, Lisa. There you are. Hey PG, lovely lady. Hey girl, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. God bless. And the legendary member for 17 months. Much love to you, PG, and love to everyone here. All right. I appreciate the support for Summer's channel. God bless. There it is, Purple Hearts. Hey Teddy, how you doing tonight? Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Let's keep on moving here. Hey Jane, how you doing? Good to see you. Hello everyone, PG Mods. For me, we want justice for summer. Amen. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it. Oh, that is so sweet. Miss Justice. Hey, beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful right there. You guys are so wonderful to one another. God bless you. Uh, Justice for the missing. Prayers for Mama PG and family. House little man. It's little PG here. That's my PG's little girl. she she always going under a different name. I don't know who she is sometimes. All right. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Justice for summer. Amen. I'm moving, you guys. I'm moving. Oh, I so agree with you. I so agree with you, Bridget. Absolutely. May this year be the year Summer Wells is found. Justice for summer. Purple hearts. God bless. Hey, girl. I don't know about everybody else, but that was touching. God bless. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Yeah, tomorrow, 5 years. Tomorrow, June 15th, 2026. 5 years missing. Man, it seems like yesterday. It seems like yesterday. For real. Hey, 2167. How you doing? Hello, hello, hello to you. Deputy Sheriff, God bless. Good to see you. Good to see you in here. Hey, Linda. There you are, girl. Patty Ponytail. Aw, Patty Ponytail, that's beautiful. I appreciate that. Hey, Anna. There you are, girl. Hello, PG. Much love. Hey, girl. Good to see you in here. I love your name. I love your name. You've been watching, girl. I've been watching her too, right? I've been watching her too. Matter of fact, I'm going to talk about her. I want to talk about her. Hey, Mama 24. Hey, PG. Hey to you, girlfriend. Good to see you in here. Karen A. Good to see you. Hey, Betty Hicks. How you doing? ACM. How you doing? Australia. There's my Australia. Good to see you, girl. God bless and much love. Lovely London. There you are. Good to see you. Greetings from across the pond. I love that. I love that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let me get down through here. I'm going as fast as possible. All these hearts, all this kindness. Much love to all. Hey, Dartmouth. How you doing, sweetie? Coupon Mama. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone has had a great weekend. Absolutely. I mean, I know I have. I've had a good weekend. I can't complain. I can't complain. Hey, spread love. Hello, beautiful PG and all Summer's Army. Summer missing. 5 years tomorrow. Justice for our sweet girl. Amen. Absolutely. I'm definitely sure you are funny. Oh, God. I'm reading as I go to the bottom. Right, coupon mama. Absolutely. Hey, girl, I want to tell you, I truly believe God is gonna, hey, boo holler, holler boo. Good to see you. Um, I truly believe that God is going to let summer be found. I mean, I really do. I really do. Either that or God just wants to know where we're at every night. Right? Hey, Minnie Pearl, how you doing? 9270. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, Deputy Sheriff, you're so sweet. He said hello to Stephanie. Aw. From Hilder. That is funny. Hey, Ruby Rainmaker, how you doing tonight? Yes, absolutely. It's all in God's timing. You know, um, and that's true. That's the truth. I mean, as humans, we we don't have a lot of patience. I mean, no matter how patient we are, our patience don't hold a candle to the patience of God. A thousand years like one day is like 1,000 years to God. What I'm saying is God lives in forever. We don't live in forever, right? Not here. not here. We're trying to make it to forever. I got a feeling, you know, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy making it forever. Hey, Rapper, how you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Yeah, won't be easy, but I think if you really want it, I think anything a human really wants, they can achieve. I don't think it's as hard as our mind wants to make it. It's like walking into a room that's in disarray, right? You go into a room and that room is like scattered, and you're like, your mind saying, "Oh my gosh," right? So much work. But if you toss that aside, if you redirect your mind, say, hold on a second, let me really look at this. Okay, use a little strategy. You say this, not too bad, not too bad. No matter how bad it is, it's not too bad. It can be fixed. Anything can be fixed. You just get to work on it. A to Z. A to Z. Make a plan. Make a plan. Stick with it. And you'll walk out of that room and it'll be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You'll be like, wow. Once you set your mind to, this ain't nothing, I can do it, you get it done. That's how easy it is. And if law enforcement can just get their minds into, we can find Summer, we can do this, she can be found. You gotta want in order to get. And if you're not willing, to want something bad enough, then you ain't going to find it. You're not going to achieve it. Put it that way. I think Hopkins County's got a wowsy woo team walking around there, especially Pruitt, right? I mean, doesn't Pruitt sound like prune? I mean, every time the name Pruitt comes up, I think of a prune. His name just gives that vibe. But Jody Sue's been out. She's been out talking a lot. She's talking a lot. And oh my goodness, Nancy Grace really got her out, right? Nancy Grace has had her like she's over there playing Nancy. She's playing Nancy's whole thing, right? She was like, play it, stop, play it, stop, play it, stop. Yeah, I was like, whoa, okay, something's up. And I mean, it just confirms what we knew was coming, right? It just confirms what we knew was coming. And I'm going to tell you what, they're looking to arrest Candace's ass, ain't they? That's my opinion. I'm going to keep it. But they looking to arrest her ass. She gonna get that ass arrested. That's what she gonna do. She gonna get that ass arrested. I think there's some new stuff in the works, and I think Candace about to get that ass arrested. Mm-hmm. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that ass about to get arrested, because I sure think it is. I think they about to hold her accountable for Summer's disappearance. I think they got something. I think they got her. I think they got her. That's what I think. Did you see how many people? You see how many people coming out since that paper hit the scene? Have you seen how many people are coming forth? What I'm saying is, have you took note since the old paperwork came out about, you know, you know, the charges. Mm-hmm. Have you took note that law enforcement's really on it? Now I don't know if CPS and the court system has to share that stuff with law enforcement or not. But it seems like they got it now. Seems like they got it now. If they didn't have it, it seems like they got it now, right? And I'm telling you, there's a whole lot of stuff moving. I mean, straight up, it's twisting and turning now. Mm-hmm. Amen. I'm going to tell you now, they're going to be putting the cuffs on that. They're about to do it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm going to tell you something. I think Nancy saw. I think Nancy saw the paperwork. I think Chris. I think Chris might be handing it down. I really do. And I'm going to tell you something. I am not sad. I am not sad. I mean, if we had to go back, we'd do it again. We'd do it again. Right? We would do it again. I'm going to tell you something. Don't put nothing in my hands that you do not want Summer's Army to see. I will not withhold anything from Summer's Army. And I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to withhold anything from Summer's Army. Because Summer's Army works just as hard and is just as much a voice for the voiceless as anyone else is out here in this YouTube world. Summer's Army has a right to know everything that is getting into the hands of anybody behind the scenes. Their army has a right. Creators do not have a right to withhold information from Summer's Army. They have every right to know what is going on in the background of all of this. And if I know, you'll know. I ain't got time for all of that, all of that. I mean, don't tell me if you don't want everybody to know, right? Don't tell me. And not only that, but, if I got to hear it, then you got to hear it, right? I mean, like we share everything, right? We share everything. Um, you know, we know how to share our toys and everything. We don't keep we don't stay on the swing all day just so nobody else can swing. You know, we believe in sharing. We swing for a little bit and then we get off and let someone else swing. We all work together. They ain't can go up the sliding board but one person. You know, I mean, if I'm going to, you know, fall off the swing, you know, and learn which goes first, then everybody else got to fall off. I mean, at least somebody. So, I don't have to be all embarrassed by myself. But just kidding. If I do know something, I'm bringing it out. I don't give a damn. I don't care. The one thing I don't give a fuck about is what people say. I don't give a fuck how they feel. I don't care how they feel about, about what I do. I mean, when they be talking about us, they talking about their best, baby. That's what I got to say. Anybody talking about this channel, they talking about their best. That's all I got to tell them. Because I'm going to tell you something. We don't give a fuck. We don't care. That's for real. We're gonna do what we want to do to help Summer, to help these other missing kids, to help every child in this world. If we got anything that can protect other children from sick people, we're gonna put it out there. We're gonna fucking put it out there bigger than life. We're gonna shine lights on it and shit. Hell yeah. All these people talking about, you know, they're gonna I didacted it. I didacted it. Man, I ain't doing nothing. I'm gonna stick that shit out for everybody to see, and I don't care. I don't care, I don't give a fuck what's on it. I mean, that's the person's problem that made it public in the first place, right? You make shit public, I'm gonna tell you what. That's their problem, not ours. They make it public, we make it public. Just the way it works. I don't care. And I don't give a shit about no number one suspects. Let me tell you that right now. Them mother freakers ain't my friend. You a number one suspect. Well, that's your fault too. That's your fault. You shouldn't have been so close to evil that you became a number one suspect with it. Right? Shouldn't have done that. Man, I move in next door to evil. I'd be moving back out. I'd be moving out. I'm like, I ain't living on no damn Ben Hill roads, right? I ain't living around a group of evil ass people. I ain't evil. I won't fit in, right? Like trying to stick a mother freaking, circle through a square hole. Ain't gonna happen. Phoebe, you are you are hilarious. Oh, I hope they do. I hope they do, Deputy Sheriff. I hope they do. When Candace gets it, oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. I'm gonna tell you what. They put the cuffs on their asses. Oh, PG's gonna be there. PG's gonna be front row. I'm gonna be front row to that one. For real. The heels have eyes. Right? Oh crap. I'm gonna tell you something. I have been watching on my time off. Um I've been catching a couple of Lifetime movies. I'm gonna tell you, they got some good Lifetime movies. I caught a couple good ones over the last couple of nights. Oh no. It's gonna be Candace first. Oh, they're going after Candace. Trust and believe. It's gonna be Candace first. Candace's ass is going first. She is definitely going first. No shit.
Yeah, hey, there's quite a few across the country that go missing each year. Now, only a very small percentage of it's something like 600,000 people a year go missing in the United States. In less than 1%, or around 1%, will actually remain missing. So this is very rare. This is a very rare occurrence.
Very rare. Very rare. Like 1%. Summer is a 1%. And that is telling this guy all he needs to know. He don't need to know anything else. He does not need to know anything else. And listen to him.
To go missing in your own home.
Yeah, from your own home with a child, you're typically dealing, a child with Summer's age, you're typically dealing with one of three scenarios. The first could be that the child walked away and got lost.
And that has been taken off the board. That has been taken off the board. Pruitt plainly stated, we searched and searched and searched. We truly believe if she would have been anywhere out there, we would have found her, or would have found something that would have led us to understand she was there. One or the two. They found nothing. Nothing. He said, we went back. We did a deep dive, a deep search dive into those, out there in that terrain. And he said, we waited till all the foliage went down. We went back and we made sure that we covered everything. And if she would have been out there, we would have found her. We'd have found something. And we didn't. So basically, he took walking away, wandering off the table. Ronnie Lawson plainly stated there is no evidence whatsoever of abduction. They have no reason to even believe that that is even true. Out of Ronnie Lawson's mouth. Out of Ronnie Lawson's own mouth. Abduction, bullshit. That's out of the sheriff's mouth. But if you listen to this guy, listen to what he says next.
The second is that something happened to that child inside the home, usually from a family member or a close associate, and that body was hidden.
Whoa. And I'm telling you, that's what they're on. Because you know something? He wouldn't have went that extra mile. He wouldn't have went that extra mile if that's not what they're looking at. He said that body was hidden. He wouldn't have went that extra mile. If they, if they don't have something, if they, wasn't something in the cards right now, if there wasn't some type of movement from someplace, he would have said, second foul play, something happened right there. And he would have moved on. Something happened, on the property. He would have moved on. But he didn't stop. He said, and covered up. Hidden.
That body was hidden.
Oh, damn. Whoa. I'm telling you, Candace's ass about to get it. She about to get it, in my opinion. She about to get that ass arrested. They got something. And there's a $10,000 reward. $10,000 reward for information leading to the findings of Summer Moon Utah Wells. And I'm going to tell you something. When there's a $10,000 reward, what you do is you call in. You don't even have to give your name or nothing. They'll give you a number. And when Summer is found, or there is an arrest because of the information you gave, you just collect that money off of that number. That's all you do. You collect it off of a number. Yeah. You don't even have to identify yourself to get the reward. Nobody would ever know who you even are. Law enforcement don't give that information out. It doesn't cause you any issues or problems. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people, they're in the dark. Oh, if you want the reward, you have to tell everything. You'll have to testify. You'll have to do this. And no, you don't. No, you don't. You can stay anonymous. You can get the number, stay anonymous, and collect the reward with the number if it leads to an arrest. That's all you got to do. Absolutely. It will protect who you are. Hawkins County has been overstepped, it looks like. They got the FBI in this now. The feds are the ones in this now. So I'm going to tell you what I think. This is just my opinion, what I think. I think that someone laid eyes on that paperwork that technically no one, should have ever seen. Only people would have had, the only people who that was really meant for until Candace made it public. She made it public herself. But the only ones that knew about that paper was Child Protective Services, the court system, and Don and Candace, and maybe Grandis, who all had that paper sent to them. Okay? I don't know if Grandis got that papers or not, but Don and Candace did. Don and Candace both received that paperwork. And Don and Candace decided to share that paperwork. Candace brought it out, substantiated charges on her. We know that there were substantiated charges on Donald as well, because both of them tried to get that gaslighting paper, that bullshit paper that basically said nothing but your kids have already been turned over to the state, taken away from you, and we're not fucking with you anymore. We're not wasting no more taxpayers' dollars on you at all because you have no children to abuse. How can we have abuse charges on you when you don't have no children to abuse? The state has already took them for your abuse, right? So, basically, they had some gaslighting piece of shit paper. Both of them did, and they showed both of them. If Donald wouldn't have showed his, then you could have been like, wonder if Donald got one of those substantiated charges papers. But since he showed his other paper, it let us all know that he got substantiated charges too, right? So we're glad that they're stupid. We're glad that they're fucking dumb and put out the other papers in both names, so we know both got the paper that Candace, slipped up, thought she could show someone, and and it got made public, right? It got made public because Candace decided to make it public by showing it. Well, you don't show stuff that you don't want made public. It takes 1 second, baby, for someone to click screenshot that bitch. That's all it takes. 1 second. She didn't think, she obviously wasn't thinking how fast a screenshot could be took. And that's how everybody got a hold of it, right? That's how everybody got a hold of it. And that was Candace's mistake. But I'm going to tell you what, when people saw that substantiated charges on those 3 boys, honey, they put 2 and 2 together. They put 2 and 2 together. If it's on the boys, then it would have been on Summer as well, had she not been missing, right? They put that 2 and 2 together. And they understood, when it comes to law enforcement, it's basically motive. Motive. What was the motive? Now they know. They have no doubt in their mind what the motive was for what happened. you know. And I'm going to tell you, once they got, it might be that piece. Remember they kept saying they just need that one piece? Well, it could have been motive. And now they have it. Now it's in the hands of law enforcement. Motive. And that's pretty much all they need with everything else they got to put some cuffs on Candace's ass. And I think they're about to do it. See, what you don't understand is when that paperwork came out, everybody lost all fucking respect for Don and Candace. See, before it was, we think, we believe. It sure sounds like it. We're pretty damn, we're like 99.9% positive, but we got that 1%. Well, now that 1%'s gone. We are 100% sure now, right? We're 100% sure. There's no doubt in our fucking minds what was going on there. And they lost all freaking respect. Anyone and everyone who is trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, the bullshit, innocent till proven guilty. Well, that went down the toilet. That went right down the fucking commode, right? Sure did. Absolutely. Gone. You do not know how many people wrote me saying, "Oh, PG, I am so grateful that you exposed that shit. So grateful. I live in this area. I have kids and grandkids. So glad. I've seen them people here, or I've seen them people there. Or do you know that my kids or my grandkids go to church or go to school?" Yeah. I was like, wow. Didn't know. They're like, "I'm so glad." Because thinking and knowing are not the same. I'm glad I know now. Right? But I told everybody from day one, that's what I was doing at Ziggy's. I told everybody day one, don't support these son of bitches. They're fucking evil. They're evil. All I got was attacked. All I got was lied on. All I got was treated like I was inhuman and had no feelings. And I took it. I took it like a fucking champ. Right? I took all their shit. I was standing at the gates of hell, and I did not back down. Because that little girl, she was worth every bit of their fucking insults. She was worth every bit of what I had to go through to get the truth out here for her. She was worth it. I will not ever regret what I've done for Summer. I won't regret that. I'd do it again. 1,000 times. I'd take all the fucking hate they were putting on me 1,000 times again to get the truth out for her. That little girl was worth it. No child ever deserved to be done like that child was done. No little child should have ever been used and abused, hurt and neglected, put through that kind of hell and that kind of fucking misery. You know, I'm like all of you. I wish I could have been there to save her. I wish that God could have put my feet where that caseworker's feet were that day when Summer was still there. I wish I would have been the caseworker instead of whoever the fuck was. I wish I'd have been on the end of that 911 call instead of whoever the fuck it was. Because I would have demanded that little girl be spoken to. I would have demanded that a caseworker come up there and take that child for a well health check to a hospital. I would have demanded that more be done for this little girl after hearing what was being said through that 911 call. I would have demanded that little girl be saved. I just wish we wouldn't have showed up so late. You know, Don and Candace Wells are evil. They're evil as hell, and they work together. There wasn't one paper of substantiated charges. There was fucking two. There was two. One for her, one for him. Them two bastards were working against those children every fucking day. Every fucking second. Them two bastards were bonding together. That's their way of bonding together. To stay together. By using and abusing and destroying those children. They didn't give a fuck about those kids. All they gave a fuck about was fulfilling their own nasty, disgusting, sick fucking needs. And using those children to do it along with any other people's children that they could get up there on that hill to groom and use in the same exact way. That freaking hill was a hill from hell. An everyday torturous ride, a very torturous roller coaster ride through hell for whatever children happened to be there. It still is. Absolutely. It still is. And they're still out there. They're still out there seeking to get their fucking paws and claws on any children they possibly can. Because that's what they're into. That's what they're into. They should have been locked up for that alone. They should have been locked the fuck away for eternity for that alone. That's my opinion. I will keep it. I'm going to tell you right now. I do not like mother freaking people who abuse children in any way, form, or how. Let alone in a fucking evil way like that. I have no damn respect for anyone that can mistreat a child. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'm not talking about mommy smacked my hand because I was trying to put it in a light socket. I'm not talking about mommy busted my backside because I was out of control and being very mean or very bad to grandma or to one of my siblings or to someone else. I'm not talking about that. Because children do need correction. You got to teach them to stay safe. You can't let a child go around putting his hands around light sockets. You can't let them touch hot stoves. You got to teach them to stay safe. You got to teach them that they got to listen. And stay safe. You got to teach them to have respect, to have morals, to have values in this life. You can't just let your kids run around and be hooligans. You got to raise your children right. But there is a big difference. A big difference between correction and right out mother freaking abuse. You don't sit there and say bad things to your children. Like Don Wells was saying to his grandson, let us go back. Let us remember Don Wells talking to his grandson, calling his grandson a little effer. You little mother effer. Who in the hell does that? Who does that? You tell me. You say something like that to one of my children, you'll have to go see a dentist. You will need a dentist. Don't ever say something like that to my child. I don't take that kindly. You don't speak to children like that. Because that is tearing them down. It's not building them up. It's not raising them right. Don and Candace Wells don't have enough education to raise a dog, let alone a child. Look what they did to the dogs. $14, $15 dogs up there on that property at a time, getting abused, just like everything else was getting abused. That house got abused. The kids got abused. The animals got abused. The mother freaking land got abused. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They wasn't out to build anything up. You know, Chris McDonough said, I heard him. He was on Nancy's. Chris said, Nancy, that house was under construction. No. That house was under destruction, not construction. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. Some things cannot be fixed. And it's like everything, Don and Candace can't be fixed. And everything that they touch cannot be fixed. Do you think those boys are going to be able to be fixed after everything they went through? No. No, there's no way to fix that. There is no way to ever fix it. They are forever scarred. Forever scarred. You guys know what I'm talking about. They are forever scarred. There's no fixing it. I wish it could be fixed. But as a survivor, I know it can't. It can't. Nothing could ever fix it. Amen, Abigail Rose. Amen. That is the truth. That's the truth, Kylie. Absolutely. Right? Exactly, D. Hicks. Absolutely. Girlfriend, I'm going to tell you. That's why we have to fight for better laws in this country against people who do things to children. We finally got a law that says if a child is 12 or under, you go to prison for life, or you will get your life annihilated in this country now. Law enforcement will put you away forever if you violate a child under 12. A lot of states are adopting that. Thank God for that. But I think the bar should have been set higher. I think it should have been set for 14 and under. Maybe 15 and under. But definitely 14 and under. Absolutely. We sure will. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think that paper got out there. I think that people that didn't know the truth, the real truth, I think it's in their hands now. And I think the wells are being looked at a lot differently than they was in the beginning. I think this is, I think that paper was a big help, a great big help to push the charges that law enforcement wanted to push before now. I think now they definitely 100% know what they're dealing with. And they want that in prison. And I'm going to tell you, now I don't know exactly what the big movement is. I don't know if it was that paper. I don't know, if it's Ronnie wanting to step it up and possibly solve this case before the next guy comes in and gets it done. I have no idea. I don't know if it's the new guy pushing early in order to get it done on his watch, right at the beginning of coming in. I have no idea. But I'm going to tell you what, you can bet your backsides that for Nancy Grace to come out, there's something in the works. Somebody, somewhere, has unloaded something that gave some initiative that's going to move this case in a whole different direction now. What I'm saying is, it's going to move it to some arrest. And I believe that arrest is going to be Candace's ass. That's my opinion. She was with the child the whole day. She was running the narrative. She was running the whole narrative of that day. And I'm going to tell you what, she didn't do anything but set herself up. She thought she was setting shit up to get out of trouble. She was setting shit up to get into trouble. That's what she was setting up. Her little video at the horse pond with Hunter, well, all she did was set herself up when he looked at her like, what the fuck you doing? And then the kid ends up on milk jugs. She sets her ass up when she takes a video of Grandis inside the store. Yep, old grandma's with us, so she better keep her mouth shut. Well, you set yourself up because you didn't take no pictures of grandma riding around the store before. Why would you do it that day? So she couldn't say she wasn't with you. That's why. And you know it. You didn't get her down at the swimming hole because she wasn't down there to get. But you got Hunter. You got Grandis in the store. And then you really fucked up when you took the video of Summer on the milk jugs wearing makeup in a brand new school outfit because that's so out of your lazy ass character that they know that it was a fucking stage job. You set your damn self up, dumbass. And you didn't even fucking know it. You didn't even know it. So when they arrest your ass, Candace, blame your fucking dumbass self. Because law enforcement ain't stupid. And the feds definitely are not stupid. The feds are brilliant. They're brilliant. And that's who you got on your ass now. That's who you got on your ass. They gonna figure it out. They gonna arrest your ass. And I can't wait. Because you fucking deserve it. You deserved it when those substantiated charges came on your ass. You shouldn't have been allowed to sign your kids over to avoid prosecution. Your ass should have been prosecuted. Your ass should have been prosecuted. I'm sick of hearing, oh, we want to protect the kids because they already been through so much. No, I'm going to tell you, prosecuting your asses wouldn't put them children through nothing compared to what the fuck you fuckers already put those kids through. And that's what the court needs to understand. Those kids deserve justice that they did not get. And I hope your sorry bitch asses do not get away with anything else. I hope the long arm of the fucking law finally sees the truth and arrests your asses and puts you where you belong for the rest of your damn life. That's what I hope, Candace. Because you did not abuse one child, 2 children, 3 children, 4 children. But you, mother freaking, abused 2 more in Wisconsin. 1 over in Arkansas. 3 up on Ben Hill Road, and a little beautiful girl. A little beautiful, full of life, full of light, innocent little girl. Well, you completely destroyed her to the point she's gone. She's missing. That's my opinion, bitch. I will keep it. And the motive was substantiated charges that you fuckers had on the other 3. Hey, second to none. Good to see you, sweetie. Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, hell yeah, they all going down. Trust and believe. When they get Candace, when they handcuff that dirty butt bitch, let me tell you something right now. Her ass gonna be singing like a motherfucking canary. She gonna be in there singing her ass off. Oh, Donnie and Fred and Laura and Chan Arnold and Andy and Jody Sue, and she's gonna be, man, let me tell you something. She's gonna be telling on everybody. She's bringing the whole damn 9 yards down. She's bringing them all down. Hunter. That's why I took the video, was to keep his mouth shut. But since my ass got arrested, I'm going to just let you know who went in the water and did what. It was all Donnie's fucking ideal. Donnie and Andy Bernard and them, they're the ones that planned it. Me and Grandis just carried it out. We used her knee to go to the hospital, to go into Kingsport to pick up Hunter. It was all planned. They seen that grave open across the road and said, hey, this is the time to do it. Open grave. Put her in there before they set the vault. And law enforcement will be all around it and won't find it. Yeah. Or better yet, let's talk about Donnie's friends down there on Van Hill Road that had a slew of pigs which eat everything. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how Donnie's car, the night that Donnie got arrested, that led to him going to jail for not over 9 months. That was the road he was on when he got arrested. Let's do some fast forward when Donnie totaled Candy's car. Well, where was he? Back on Van Hill Road, right in front of the house of the big pig farmers. Matter of fact, the big pig farmer that brought him home dropped him off after he totaled the car, right? His good old buddies. It's funny they say that I was possibly a red Toyota Tacoma in the area. And ain't it funny how the pig farm had a truck just like that at the time Summer went missing? It was in the area. Is that where Candace and Chad could have been going? Could they have been meeting up with that particular truck to hand off Summer so that she could be taken to the pigs? Because Candace sure was denying. She was denying ever seeing or knowing about any truck like that when Don's ass was clearly friends with the mother freakers on Van Hill Road who had that truck. Right? And one thing for sure, they all agree that Summer is not going to be found. So whatever the hell they did to cover this up, they sure to hell believe in no body, no convictions. Right? No Summer, no conviction. They learned that with Rose. Because Rose's body could never be found. No one got convicted. So they figured if they could, dispose of Summer to the point she can't be found, well, they won't get convicted. But I think they're getting convicted anyway. I think Tennessee's starting to shine a new light on this case. I think they're actually thinking of going ahead and convicting without the body. I think they got something. I think they got something in their pocket that could possibly get a conviction without Summer. Right? Well, I'm going to tell you, I had a feeling that there was some movement from Van Hill Road early on. I felt that there was something coming from that direction, because they went into the house. You're not going to hide a great big truck inside the house. They didn't only search that land, but they went into the home and everything. And they got, they literally got warrants to go in to this man's home. And I truly believe that they had to have some real something to do that. I mean, to get a search warrant to go into someone's home, and they have to have some pretty damn good suspicion that you somehow was entangled with what happened to this child. They just don't come doing that for no reason. And hell, if it was over the truck, they could have checked. They could have checked, with the mother freaking B&B, right? They could have checked with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and found out that the truck had, been sold off to someone else, and then followed the truck. They could have seen who, if this person still owned it, or if they sold it. They could have traced the truck wherever it went. And if it's the truck they wanted, they could have traced that down. But they don't seem to, be interested in the truck. They seem to be interested in that property. They might have used the truck, but they had more in mind than just that truck when they started going inside the house, right? And they probably, took the computers, took all the they probably downloaded his phone, took, the computers and everything else, to see if there was, anything leading back to June of 2021. I mean, who knows? Somebody might have seen Chad Arnold and Candace on Van Hill Road. They may have seen them at this particular man's house on June 15th, 2021. Maybe somehow they figured out that's exactly where they went instead of the cemetery. Now, I don't think so. In my opinion, I don't think so. I think wherever they went was a hell of a lot closer than Van Hill Road, due to the time frame, because there's only 1 hour. Candace, there's 1 hour missing. She had 1 hour to play with. And that was between 4:45 and 5:45. We know she was at Fred's at 4:30. 4:30 she was at Fred Hill's house. Now I heard that she was down there for, for a few minutes. She was down there. They wasn't coming out of Ben Hill Road onto Beach Creek. They wasn't coming out of Ben Hill onto Beach Creek until like about close to 4:45. And now you got to take up the time. You got to take up the time to get where they were going, and you got to get the time back. Back to Ben Hill Road. And all she had to play with in between that, span of time was 1 hour to do whatever, was going to be done where Summer was concerned, wherever they was going to put Summer. She had 1 hour, to negotiate all of that up and get it done. Because she's back on the property, right? She's back on the property at around 5:45, gaslighting the boys up. Boys, watch your sister, which didn't go into the house. Then she stands outside for a little while, like Summer's in there, which she ain't. The boys didn't even see her. Then she goes in. Boys, where's your sister? We don't know. We didn't see her. We guess she went down the basement, Mom. Summer's, why we can't just walk into the fucking house and immediately ask, where's your sister? When she believes she's in the house anyway. Why would she do that? I bet she hasn't ever done it before. I bet she ain't ever walked in and said, where's your sister before? She didn't check the bathroom. She didn't check anywhere. She didn't check back in the laundry room. She didn't check nowhere. She didn't really overly look over the house before asking the boys, where's Summer? She's supposed to be in here. She didn't really even look for her. And then she goes down in the basement and she stands around down there. That's why she didn't remember if the door was fucking open or not. She don't know if the door was open or not because she fucking didn't check it. She had no reason to check it. She already knew what the hell happened. That's why she didn't remember. And that was another one of her fuck up mistakes. I don't remember. Well, law enforcement, remembers that there was no fingerprints on that door belonging to anyone else. And there was no fucking smudge marks to the fingerprints that were on the door that would indicate someone was wearing gloves that came around that door. And law enforcement also knows that Summer's fingerprints ain't the last fingerprints on that door. That the fingerprints on that door belongs to adult people, not any child. So they know that the lack of Summer's fingerprints on that door shows she did not go out it, nor did she come in it. The fact that there's no one else's fingerprints on the door but the family members shows that there's no stranger. The fact that there's no smudge marks to any of the fingerprints of the family, the adults, shows that no one had a glove on, because if they had a glove on, it would smear and fuck up the original fingerprints that are there. So they know the door is bullshit. And they know that this little girl isn't going to go down the basement to get toys when she had all of her toys supposedly right inside the door on the damn floor where she was playing before she was called out to plant flowers. She would have went right back to them toys she was already playing with. They were all right there on the damn floor. There's no need to go into the basement. They were already upstairs with her. It's just bullshit. It's all bullshit.
And then the third possibility is a stranger abduction or somebody in the outer sphere, outer perimeter of that family.
Did you notice how he's like, abduction's just somebody out of the perimeter? I mean, he didn't go into detail on abduction. He didn't go into detail on walking away. But he went into detail when he was talking about foul play, right? He went into detail. Man, he went the extra mile with it. That really says something, baby. That really said something. That right there said, this is what we believe happened. This is what we're going after. We're going to be making an arrest. We believe the family did it and fucking hit it. There you go. Right there. He elaborated. When you see elaboration, oh, damn. Yeah. You can just get ready for it. You get ready for those bracelets, baby. Yeah. Old Pigpen Candace. Yeah. That Scuddy Butt's about to get it. She's about to get some bracelets on that ass. Mm-hmm. And probably life in prison. If I was Candace, I'd be walking on mother freaking eggs right now. I'd be walking on some fucking eggs. Because I'm going to tell you what, trust and believe, they've been watching her every fucking move. They've been watching her ass. They got something. They got something. Yeah. Probably something she gave them. Probably something she made public. Probably something she made public. Right? There you go. Well, she might do pretty good because she don't take a bath, right? She's got water phobia. She got water phobia because she told Chris, I don't want to get wet. Of course you don't. Some of that fucking mud that you've been building up for 40 some years might wash off, right? She wears that mother freaking dirt, man, like a fucking shield. I bet that shit, I bet you it's as thick and hard as a motherfucking shell on an armadillo, right? I bet you 10 to 1 it is. No doubt in my fucking mind. they'll be hosing her down. I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to hose her ass down. For real. They're going to be like, oh, hell no. You ain't going to bring that stench up in here. You ain't going to bring that up in here. There ain't nobody going to be smelling that. I'm going to tell you now. The last time, I don't know. I don't know how true it is, but I heard the last time Candace had that ass cleaned up is when they did it, you know, when they cleaned her up at the hospital before Grandis took her home. That's just what I heard. I heard that's the last time that ass ever saw any soap and water. Oh, hell yeah, Chris. You got that right. It would be punishment. It would be like super punishment. And they'll be back. They'll be back to get Donald. They're going to be back to get Donald and Grandis and Hunter. They're going to be back to get all their asses. They're going to be pulling up. They're going to be pulling up at Andy's place. They're going to be pulling up. They're going to be pulling up everywhere. They're probably going to be pulling up. They're going to be pulling up in Indiana, where fucking Fred is. And somebody needs to tell them to go ahead and pick Pam up while they're at it, right? They need to tell them to pick Pam's ass up while they're at it. Take her ass on down there and lock her ass up too, you know. To my understandings, you know, in my opinion, ain't no child safe as long as Pam's lurking around as well. I mean, how the hell somebody gonna be doing something? You know, who the fuck does stuff like this? Who does shit like this?
Statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically. And I hate to think that. I love her with all my heart, but only God, you know, if nothing else, you know, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments.
Wow. 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 Read between the lines. Read between the lines, you guys. Read between the lines.
Statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically.
No, Don. We're not looking at it that way because exactly what's coming out of your mouth is she's already gone. She's already gone. People need to get over it. That's what you're saying. She's already gone. People need to get over it.
And I hate to think that.
I hate it to have to do it. I hate it having to do it. But I got to save my ass from going to prison. I have to save my ass because Child Protective Services around something happened that caused her to get bad off. It ain't like we could take her to the hospital and go to prison for it. We had two choices. We could take her and try to save her life and get her well again, but that means we go to prison. Or we could do what we did and save our asses, make ourselves feel better.
I love her with all my heart. They're only
By saying, I love her with all my heart, and I'll see her in the resurrection. I gotta try to be good now, so I can see her in the resurrection. I'm so sorry that I planned and plotted against an innocent 5-year-old little girl that we totally fucking destroyed. Just happened. I mean, we don't want to blame ourselves. If those kids wouldn't have been here, they wouldn't have been done like that. We didn't ask them to be here, but they were. It's all their fault, not ours. We got to do what it takes to save our asses. You may not understand that, but we do. And it makes us feel better. Because we'll be able to see her later. If we can ever get right. The main thing was to save our asses. Exactly, D-Hex. That's what he's saying.
God. You know, if nothing else, you know.
If nothing else. These monsters don't have no mother freaking feelings at all. They're just like a big fucking deep, dark, black hole with nothing. Like nothing. There's no fucking lights on. No lights on at all. They're just fucking lights out from the fucking head to the feet. Lights out. They have no morals, no fucking respect, no mercy, no anything. No feelings whatsoever. They're just fucking hollowed out shells of nothing. How in the hell could someone be that fucking demonic? How in the hell can people be that freaking evil? I'm going to tell you, my God, these people are like, they are sorry ass son of a bitches. Sorry ass son of a bitches. Fuck them. It is time that this country stands up, man, and starts standing against this evilness. Pure fucking evilness. Evil against the old people, evil against the young people, evil against all the people in between. What the hell is wrong with these people? And they think they got some fucking right to be spreading their evil all over other people. Like they got some God-given right. To do this shit. They're sick, man. They're sick and fucking demented. It sickens the hell out of me. It makes me fucking sick to see people pick on anyone weaker than themselves. These motherfuckers pick the most vulnerable people they can to do evil to. They're cowards. If you have not noticed, fucking evil is cowards. They're cowardly as hell. They try to overtake people who they know for damn sure they can overpower. And if they can't overtake them or overpower them, then they do something mother freaking sneaky and low life and fucking dirty to get at them. Because they're fucking cowards. They have no ass whatsoever. They fucking disgust me. Literally disgust me.
I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments, if that's the case.
And the motherfucker's laughing. Listen to him.
See her in the commandments, if that's the case.
You see him laugh? If that's the case. He is so proud of himself that his dirty, low-life piece of shit, fucking sick-minded ass was getting away with this. I want to tell you something, Don Wells. At your age, bitch, you're going to be meeting your maker at some point in time. You're what? How fucking old are you now? Damn near 70? You're fucking, look at you. You're white-headed as hell. Your mother freaking old as hell. Look at your eyeballs. Look at your fucking eyes with those bags. That looks like fucking 70 years worth of weight hanging around them fucking eyeballs right now. You have used and abused your own fucking body, whether you like it or you don't. You have put your own body through hell. 63. He's 63. Wow. He looks older than that. He's took a toll on himself. He's took a toll on a lot of other people too. But you know the good thing is he's took a toll on his own ass. Now I want to tell you something. 63 at that motherfucking age and the shit that he's done all of his life, he probably ain't gonna be around a whole hell of a lot longer, right? What did they say? 1 foot in and the other one sliding. I want to tell you something, Don Wells. You go ahead and you laugh. You go ahead and you smile. You go ahead and think you got away with something. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Your ass going to get judged way before Candace. Your ass going to get judged. While Candace sitting up there in your fucking little hellhole. Your little fucking, what you think is your honey spot. Let me tell you something. Your ass gonna be sitting in hell while she's sitting up there in your fucking honey hole. with some other damn man. Bunch of other fucking weirdos, probably just like you. If her ass ain't sitting in prison, I think she's going to be sitting in prison. I think you're going to be sitting with her. I think you're going to spend what days you got left in a fucking jail cell where your ass belongs. They didn't bring the feds in on this for nothing. They got something. And when they elaborated, right there in the middle, foul play, that means they got some shit on you motherfuckers. Your ass going down. Your ass is going down. Sounds like somebody's done figured it all out. And they're about to do what needs to be done. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. 5 years too late, but hey, better late than not ever, right? Better late than not ever. You should have just fucking not been a damn sicko. You and Candace should have not have been sickos. What you should have did is keep your fucking hands to your fucking self and left your freaking kids the hell alone and everyone else's kids the hell alone that came around there. And let those children just be children. You should have been smart enough to protect your children instead of being the fucking predator on them. You dumb bitch. You sicken the fuck out of me. And you know, that ain't my opinion because I saw all the fucking substantiated charges. That's a fact. They ain't no thinking about it, bitches. We know it was done. We know it was done. How someone could destroy 3 little boys, totally destroy 3 little boys, mentally, physically, spiritually, and then completely destroy a 5-year-old innocent little girl. A little beautiful little girl, man, with so much light and love in her, so much kindness and caring. That little girl was God-fearing. That little girl was God-fearing. And them son of a bitches, that fucking dirty dog Candace, she couldn't stand to see the beauty in Summer. She could not stand to see the mother freaking beauty in her own daughter. Who in the fucking hell cannot stand to see the beauty in their own child? Man, I'm going to tell you what. A real mother wants her daughters to be more beautiful than her. A real mother wants her children to be more beautiful, smarter, more educated. They want their children to reach for the stars, man. To really become something in life. They want their children to live life while they have life. They want their kids to have everything that they didn't ever have, every opportunity. I'm going to tell you something about a real parent. A real parent would take all the pain from their children if they could. A real parent, man, they give every blessing to their child instead of having it bestowed upon themselves. A real parent, well, they pray for their children all the time. They always praying that God blesses, God protects, God watches over. God leads their child in the most upright, gracious path. Real parents don't destroy their children. They do everything in their power to protect them. God have mercy. God have mercy. That little girl was absolutely beautiful. And she should not have ever had to pay the price to save her brothers. They should have all been saved. They should have all been saved with that 911 call. They should have all been saved with that 911 call. I don't care what anybody says. They motherfucking dropped the ball big time on those children. Absolutely, D-Hex. Absolutely. What a piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit. This son of a bitch, he's a wired out piece of fucking shit that plotted and planned against an innocent 5-year-old little girl. Plotted and planned. Yes, Don Wells, you plotted and you fucking planned. That's why you were driving Candace's vehicle, which you didn't ever do before, but on the 14th and 15th you did, in order to get Starlink an extra fucking alibi. And you also fired your coworker, bitch, to blame this shit on, because you knew law enforcement's going to say, well, is there anyone that dislikes you enough to do something like this to you? Do you know anyone that might have some hatred against you, some animosity against you or your family? And you wanted to be able to say, yes, this piece of shit coworker that I fired just yesterday, and now my daughter's missing. But God protected that innocent coworker. God broke that poor man's vehicle down so his ass couldn't go nowhere all day long. And he had to spend the whole day outside working on it, along with his wife and kids and neighbors, because God knew that that man did not deserve to be put in the spotlight of pure fucking evilness for the evil that you had plotted and planned against an innocent child for fucking weeks. For weeks. Just waiting for the right time. To do what you felt needed to be done in order to protect your asses from going to prison. fuck you. You threw your whole mother freaking neighborhood under the bus. Tons of innocent people under a bus to get the mother freaking focus off of you and Candace and Grandis. Everybody knew right then you're guilty as hell. When you start throwing everybody and his fucking mother under a bus to get the focus off your own ass, that lets everybody know you're guilty as fucking hell anyway. Because innocent people don't go throwing everybody and their fucking mother under a damn bus if they're innocent. Because they don't know who the hell did what. And they need everyone's help. To fix whatever it is that was broken. In this case, it was your daughter missing that needed to be fixed. But you weren't trying to fix it. You weren't trying to do a damn thing. You and fucking Candace were bad actors. You were bad actors with fucking bad breath. A couple of fucking pythons. You motherfuckers were a couple pythons up there slithering around on that fucking hill. And then you thought you were intelligent by saying, oh, when Jody Sue's fake ass fucking scream was heard, Candace was in the house looking under the fucking cement blocks for Summer. I don't know no 5-year-old that could crawl through a fucking little hole of a cement block, okay? And that's what your fucking bed was up on. You son of a bitches didn't only have your fucking cars up on cement blocks, you had your damn bed up on them. You real fucking ghetto. You real fucking ghetto. Wow. Unbelievable. Set your own child up. Set your own child up for failure. And then you have the audacity to say you worry about Summer's soul. Bitch, you better be worrying about your own fucking soul. You better be worrying about your ass hitting hell wide open, not Summer's. That was an innocent little baby girl. She is going to heaven no matter what. She's going to heaven. You're sick, man. You're fucking sick. You sit there and make yourself feel better by saying, Summer loves me. Summer loves her daddy. I don't think so. I do not think so. Your boy sure the fuck didn't love you guys. Your boys fucking went and told everything and asked to speak with the judge to keep from coming back there. And I'm sure that's exactly what Summer would have done too, if she could have. You're a fucking moron. Summer didn't love you. Summer tolerated you because she had no other choice. Just like those boys tolerated you and didn't have no other choice. You are sick in the head. Those kids did not fucking love you. And you did not love them. You don't abuse what you love. You do not take advantage of what you love. You do not fucking destroy what you love, dumbass. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And he wanted to act like Grandis wasn't there. He thought he was going to be smart, like, oh, Candace was in the house. She didn't hear that scream because she was looking on through the little fucking cracks of the cement blocks to see if Summer's under there. Well, Candace might not have heard that scream if it would have been real. But Grandis's ass sure the fuck would have. Grandis's old ass sitting right there in the door outside of the fucking camper, Don Wells. She would have heard the scream. But she was acting like, oh, we're not going to mention Grandis. We're going to poof, Grandis be gone. We're going to not mention that big old grandma's ears were out there all perked up. Oh, grandma, what big fucking ears you have. Better to hear you with. What big eyeballs you have. Better to see you with. What big fucking teeth you have. Better to devour you with. Right, Don Wells? Well, that big fucking wolf was sitting right there in the door of the trailer. Hearing, seeing, and listening to every fucking thing. Okay? Let's not forget about Granny's ass outside. Well, Scuddy Butt Candace was scutting around, gaslighting the hell up out of her own little boys like it's their fault that you motherfuckers plotted and planned and destroyed little Summer. Some dirty ass fucking bitches is what you guys were. And everybody knows what the fuck you are now. Yeah. Everybody knows. Everybody's seen your substantiated charges. No one has any respect for you anymore. Nobody wants their children anywhere fucking near you. And you're not allowed to be around children. Ever. Because you have them charges. Why didn't you tell all of those people that you weren't allowed around their children? They should arrest you for that. They should arrest you for going to fucking functions where you knew there was going to be children that you were not allowed around. They should lock your asses up for that alone. If I was a fucking judge, you'd be in jail. You let that shit come across my desk. Let that shit come across my desk. Oh, we're going to sign the kids over to the state to avoid prosecution. It would be like, no, hell no, you ain't. There ain't going to be none of that happening here today. You bring their asses in, you're going to be prosecuting them up. Because kids can now mother freaking testify over over the internet. They don't have to be sitting in a courtroom. They can actually be put up on a teleprompter, right? They don't have to be there. They don't have to come in. They don't have to sit in a seat. They don't have to look at them ugly fucks. They can show up in other ways. They can be questioned. These people can be prosecuted. It's not that hard. It's nothing compared to what these people put the children through. If they could put those children through 5, 8, 10, and 12 years of pure hell, then it ain't nothing for those kids to go through 15 to 20 minutes to prosecute the shit out of these people and put them in prison where they belong. That shit shouldn't even be legal. It shouldn't even be legal to let people sign their kids away to avoid prosecution, especially when you got substantiated charges upon these bastards. When you got enough evidence to lock their asses away. And every one of these kids were 12 and under. Exactly, Chris. Exactly. Oh, he did. He did, Pat. Oh, yes, he did. Man, I'm going to tell you what. Tortured animals, tortured the children too. Right? Everything up on that bitch-ass hill was torture. It was torture to everybody but these fucking sick son of a bitches still sitting up there feeling like they still have some damn right and authority to be fucking around more children after they done screwed up so many other ones. They still feel like they got some right. They still feel compelled to go out there and mother freaking chase little kids down with videoing them. There's actually video where they are videoing other people's kids until some older people walks out, and then Dawn turns away real quick. Candace, she wasn't giving up, right? She wasn't giving up. She didn't get the fucking memo. Oh, look, dumbass, there's adults coming out into the road. Better turn aside. They might ask you, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you videoing those kids down there? What the hell are you guys doing? Are those kids your kids? Do you even know these kids? They might start asking questions, dumbass Candace. But she's still videoing. Dawn has to get her attention. Did you see this over here? Oh, okay. Time for her to turn aside now, since she got the memo finally. She was so asphyxiated on somebody else's kids, she didn't even notice he done turned off being a fucking coward he was. He was looking for the shed or a tree with a hole in it so he could climb in and hide. I can't believe that shit. I can't believe it. But I got the motherfucking proof. I got the video. I got the fucking video that clearly shows it. It clearly shows them. doing what I just said they done. I played it out here before. Yeah. It is. It's a sign of sickness. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you something. People like Don and Candace and Grandis, there's no cure. There's no cure. Children are in danger. There's no cure for that kind of sickness. Children are in danger. Their children were in danger. That's why Summer's completely missing. Their children were in danger. Other children were in danger. And any children in the future can be in danger. There's no cure for these people. And that's why it is important to prosecute them and put them in prison. That's why it's important to put them on registers list. So people know to keep your children the fuck away from them. I don't know what the hell the law's doing. I don't know what the law's doing.
I was gone when the little girl went missing. Well, days a friend of mine come and Candace was walking off my driveway before she even called 911. I was gone when the little girl went missing. Well, days a friend of mine come and Candace was walking off my driveway before she even called 911.
I was gone, but a friend of mine shows up and Candace is walking off my driveway before she ever calls 911. Where was you gone? Where was you gone? Because we heard you was gone to the crusher, the junkyard. Oh no, wasn't gone there because Andy was running around inside Ben Hill Road with his thong on, waving down vehicles so we couldn't get out. We couldn't go nowhere because he was really doing some business, shaking that money maker with the big thong hanging out. He would stop and pick up trucks. He was stopping cars. He was stopping motorcycles and fucking boats. Decided to sail past. Well, how the hell can you be gone if you was busy in there watching Andy and his magic thong stopping vehicles, huh? Why don't you tell me? Where the hell was you? Then you said, oh no, you was out picking some guy up with a motorcycle, and you dropped him off somewhere and you didn't ever see him again. Oh, and then the story changed to, oh yeah, you know the mother freaking guy, and he had 2 motorcycles, not 1. So where in the fuck was you, Fred? Because according to some people, your ass was right there. I mean, let's ask Cotton Simpson. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't ask him nothing, can we? Because he's already in heaven. So we can't ask him. He ended up in heaven right after you and a buddy of yours supposedly followed him up to where he supposedly turned the wrong direction to his house and just happened to be found on the other side of the cliff. Wow. If you want to ask me, I don't think the guy's going to drive his vehicle up. He ain't going to be heading home and drive his vehicle up and turn it in a direction it wasn't supposed to go. In an isolated graveyard area on the other side of Warrior's Path. Or no, it wasn't Warriors. It was the other park. It was the other park. But point being is he ended up unalived. But according to some people he had confided in, he saw Summer at your house, Fred, in a box. According to what he said, you had Summer in a box at your house. So it sounds like Chad Arnold may have showed up with Cotton Simpson, or Cotton may have pulled up on you guys between 4:30 and 4:45, June 15th, 2021, and caught Candace and Chad and all of you down there. And he was supposed to keep your secret, but it was just too hard for him to keep a secret like that. And you and him had an altercation on the day, February the 14th of 2023. You and him had an altercation about Summer. Now, in my opinion, Cotton Simpson wasn't driving his vehicle. Because if Cotton Simpson would have been driving his vehicle, he'd have went up over that hill and he would have went down and turned on his street to go to his house. He wouldn't have went up and turned in an isolated area and then ran off of a cliff on foot. I don't think he's going to do that. It's Warrior's Path. A place he knew inside and out because he just lived out back of it. He wouldn't have done that. So I don't think you were gone. And not only that, but another neighbor said that he was in the search for Summer, that he was helping with the search. And from what the other neighbor said is he didn't ever see you come in. He didn't see, he said he wouldn't have seen you go out, but he would have surely saw you come in because he was there. And he said he didn't ever see you come back into that holler. He don't think you was out of it. He said he did see you come down and try to go out of the holler. And they told you to go back home. That nobody was coming in and nobody was getting out. And you had to turn around and go home. But he did not ever see you come in. So explain that. Explain that one. Sounds like you wanted to be gone. And you wasn't. And not only that, but Laura slipped up and said Chad Arnold had spoken to her daughter. How could she speak to Laura's daughter? She said that Chad spoke to her daughter. Well, you guys were there. That right there told us you were home. That you guys had never been nowhere. And her daughter happened to be there too. Yeah. I think Laura was driving Cotton's vehicle. And I think Fred and his buddy Marvin was following behind. If you ask me, I think Cotton Simpson was already deceased when his car got parked up there. I think Cotton Simpson got deceased at Fred's house. That's my opinion. I'll keep it. Laura says, when Laura talked about Cotton, she's like, have you ever seen those guys that you just feel like you need to scrub your, tushy? No, I ain't never seen no guys like that. I ain't ever seen any motherfucking body that I just want to scrub my tushy. Hell no. I can't relate to that. I don't even fucking want to know how someone can relate to that. But something tells me that all them motherfuckers up around there would probably make you want to scrub and disinfect your whole fucking body if you were anywhere near them. If you were in a fucking 100-mile radius of them, you might want to take a bath. I don't know how far radiated poo-poo can travel. I don't know how far Mr. No Flush the fucking toilet stuff your crap paper in a can and open a window could travel. Hopefully they don't open a window. God forbid. I hope that window's fucking nailed or painted shut. Doesn't work like everything else on Ben Hill Road, especially their brains. I have no idea. I just know I wouldn't want to be nowhere around it. We'd all have to take our asses to the motherfucking sanitation department and get it sanitized. That's disgusting. But where were you, Fred? And you must have something to hide, or you wouldn't have to change your story 100 fucking times. See, that's what's the problem. That's the problem with you mother freaking illegal substance abusers. Your damn brain no longer functions right. You can't remember all your damn lies anymore. You may have to make new ones up because you can't remember the old one. You're working on one fucking brain cell. That's between the whole lot of yous. The whole fucking group. One brain cell. Split that up. You're working on nothing. Sad. They can't keep their story straight. Fred can't keep his story straight. Candace can't keep her story straight. None of these fuckers can keep their story straight. And liars can't. You know how they say about lies. If you tell a lie, then you have to tell another lie to cover up that lie. And another lie to cover up that one. And another. And before you know it, you don't even remember what you was fucking lying about in the first damn place. That's why you don't lie. See, you always remember the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Children tell the truth unless someone teaches them to lie. Children are always honest. Adults should learn to be honest too. I don't give a damn who the truth offends. If it offends you, you might want to check yourself and figure out why the fuck it offends you. Obviously, you need to change some shit if the truth is offending you. Because the truth don't offend me. I say, damn, yeah, fuck. Yep, that's the truth. That's the truth. Praise God, hallelujah. That is the truth. Damn, PG, you done fucked up. You done fucked up running over that box of nails thinking that your dumb ass could get around them. Thinking that, oh yeah, they're in my sight. I see them. I'm going to get around them and crunch. There they go up your tire. You fucked up. Yeah, I sure did, didn't I? Gonna have to buy another fucking tire now. Gonna have to get a new one. I don't think they can pull 10 nails out. Plug all those holes. Gonna have to get a fucking new one. That's the truth. It don't offend me, man. The truth does not offend me. Are those eyelashes? Or did you catch a mother freaking butterfly and steal its wings? Damn. It looks like I did, don't it? Shit. Gonna have to peel these things off. You right. I done fucked up. This look weird. Truth don't offend me. I think that shit's funny. I personally like it when people tell the truth. But you know what? The truth offends these people. Fred Hill don't want to hear the truth. He don't want to hear that he's a damn liar. Why don't you come clean about where the fuck you really was on June 15, 2021? Why don't you just tell the damn truth? Why don't you help everybody out, including this little girl who needs it the most? By just telling the damn truth and stop the bullshit. Better yet, why don't you try to get your fucking soul into heaven instead of hell? Right? I know you're going to know people in both places, but that ain't no reason to end up in hell. Oh, I don't mind going to hell because I'm going to know people there. Wow. I guess that's that fraction of that one fucking brain cell you have. I'm going to tell you what. Fred Hill, I got something to tell you, Fred. You don't give a shit about where your backside ends up at, neither do I. Not my problem. Not my problem. And I'm going to tell you another thing. I sure wouldn't let your wicked, evil ass into my door. I don't know what the fuck Ziggy was thinking, but your ass wouldn't ever came through my door. No way in hell. You're fucking dangerous, dude. You're dangerous. In so many ways that is pathetic. You gotta be special kind of fucking stupid to open your door to that. This dude don't even know where the fuck he was on June 15, 2021. Probably out stealing all those little kids' bicycles. He got Summers, right? He got Summers. About 3 weeks before she went missing, he got hers. Oh, and fucking Don will know what it means. Fucking Don will understand it. Yeah. I guess you gotta be one to understand one.
What we originally released, we know that her family reported her missing. They called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she was last seen, and they.
She slipped up right there. She slipped up early afternoon since she was last seen. Well, early afternoon here in Tennessee is between 12 and 2 o'clock. That's early afternoon in Tennessee. Now, let me tell you something about early afternoon in Tennessee. Early afternoon in Tennessee on June 15th, 2021 was Candace, Grandis, and Hunter being at the swimming hole. It was Candace, Grandis, and Hunter being at Hunter's house, putting makeup, cleaning up, and putting makeup on Summer, in my opinion. On 2021 afternoon was Candace taking her third little video somewhere close to the house. That's early afternoon. So early afternoon is all of Candace, Grandis, and Hunter obviously doing a wicked deed that law enforcement believes also that they did, in my opinion. They didn't say that early afternoon they seen her at Walgreens, or they seen her at Sonic's, or they seen her getting a slushy at all, or they seen her at the grocery store bouncing around. No. They said early afternoon with the swimming hole. Early afternoon with the video. Hell, she wasn't even supposed to fucking come up missing till evening. Early evening. Not early afternoon. Early evening. Right? Yeah. Earnhardt, or whatever her name is, made a slip of the lip because Summer wasn't supposed to come up missing until about 5:55. 5:55. Dom wasn't even called until 6:09. And they talked for 30 fucking minutes before calling law enforcement. Who in the hell has a missing kid and talks for 20 to 25 to 30 minutes before calling law enforcement? What the fuck do you have that long to talk about before calling law enforcement? That's another big red flag right there. Because most phone calls would go like this. Johnny's missing. I can't find Johnny anywhere. He's missing. You need to come home. Johnny's missing. Hang up. Did you call 911? No. Then hang up and do it. Do it now. Click. That's pretty much the phone call. Didn't even take a fucking minute. That's it. 911's getting called. So what the hell did they talk about that long? They wasn't worried about Summer missing. Because that damn phone call would have been coming in. If Don got called at 6:09, that phone call to law enforcement would have been going in at 6:10. Right? Not at 6:28, 6:30. Everything says these fuckers are guilty. No matter how you turn, it says they're guilty. Wasn't putting out flyers, wasn't looking for their child, hiding from law enforcement. I'd have been their fucking best friend. I'd have been law enforcement's best friend. I'd have been there every day with fucking coffee and donuts. I'd have been sweeping the sidewalks and cleaning the damn windows. I'd have been the first damn thing they saw in the morning when they got there. The last thing they seen when they go home. I'd have been up and down every mother freaking street. There wouldn't have been one mailbox that didn't have a flyer in it. There wouldn't have been one car window shield that didn't have a flyer on it. I'd have been raining those things down like they was coming out of the sky. They'd have thought it was manna. You couldn't have helped but to pick one up. This whole freaking world would have knew that little girl was missing had she been my little girl. But if she'd have been my little girl, she wouldn't have been missing. Because something like Don Wells, if something like him would have touched my child, let me tell you something. He'd have been begging law enforcement to pick his ass up. He'd have wanted to go to prison to stay safe. There ain't no way in hell. You don't touch nobody's fucking children. You don't touch mine, and you don't touch no one else's. I don't take kindly to that shit. Every child has a right to keep their innocent little minds. Every child has a right to just be a child. They don't need all that adult shit on their back. Children should not ever, they shouldn't even be worried about finances. They shouldn't be worried about how everything gets paid for, let alone anything else in this adult world. Kids should just be kids. Parents do not need to load their children down with adult problems. Parents do not need to be rechanneling their fucking aggression onto their children. Parents do not need to be using and abusing and doing creepy, weird shit to any child on the face of this earth, let alone their own. That's damn nasty. It's disgusting. It's violent. I don't know how sick-minded people think. I don't want to know how they think. I don't give a fuck how they think. I know right is right and wrong is wrong. That's it. There's no Mr. in between. You're either fucking good or you're bad. You're either righteous or you're evil. No in between. And these motherfuckers are evil. And that little girl paid the price. She paid the price. And these fuckers think they hit her so good. They hit her so good that nobody's ever going to find her. And they're proud of it. And they're fucking so sick in the head. They're proud of wherever or whatever they done. You got to be a special kind of fucking stupid to sit around and feel proud of yourself for doing the devil's biddings. Let's see how proud you are when them demons in hell are doing exactly to you what the fuck you did to these people on this earth. See how fucking proud you are then when all that shit's coming back to you. Because them demons ain't got nothing else to do but torture your ass for eternity. There ain't nobody going to be cleaning anything up in hell. And you don't get to die. You don't get to die. You just get to continue and continue and continue and continue and continue to be tortured. And blame no one but yourself. Because no one made you make the disgusting, evil choices that you made while that ass was here and could have made good choices and been living eternity with God. There you go. You'll learn to take self-blame when you hit hell wide open. Because you'll have them demons there reminding you that it was your choice to invite them in and do evil. You decided to feed a demon instead of feeding your soul with the Word of God. It's your choice. Don Wells, Mr. All-Seer in the Resurrection. But I've got to go out and get my illegal substances. I got to stop and get my R&R. I got to watch sick, disgusting shit on the TV set. And I got to fantasize about what I don't no longer have to use and abuse and destroy on this fucked up fucking hellbound heel. I'm going to tell you something. I bet that fucking heel up there is mother freaking cursed. I bet you 10 to 1 nobody will ever want to buy or live on that freaking nasty fucking dump side hill ever. I bet that bitch is haunted with all the pain and the misery and the suffering that them bastards put so many people through up there. Bet you 10 to 1. To be honest with you, I think the whole fucking holler is haunted. I ain't heard a damn good thing about any of the people inside that holler that I've heard about through this whole case. Like, I hear about people that live up in there, and then all of a sudden I hear something evil about them. I'm like, you're kidding. Nope, not kidding. I mean, people that, you know, I knew and thought was good. Next thing I know, I hear a story where they're not good either. I'm like, is there any good people in there? I don't know. So far, I ain't heard nothing good. I ain't heard a solid good, period. And I'm going to tell you another thing. The way Don Wells talked to his grandson, this ain't even his son. The way he talked to them grandchildren, could you just imagine? Can you imagine how he talked to them 4 kids? His own kids? If he had talked that bad to someone else's children, how horrible did he speak to his own? I mean, that was just a taste. That was just a little taste of what his children were going through. Right? Just a little taste. Oh, and I heard that he's thick-faced enough to be out here. That he's thick-faced enough to be out here talking right now. Oh, yeah, he's talking to some people. He's trying to save his face when it can't be saved. Everybody done seen your substantiated charges. And I'm going to motherfucking remind them of those substantiated charges every fucking day if I have to. In order to get justice for Summer. In order to keep other children safe. Just in case someone is stupid enough to think you fuckers are okay to come around. I'm going to be right here to let them know, oh hell no, you ain't okay to be around. Protect your children at all costs. I'm going to tell you, what if Summer belonged to you? What if she belonged to you? Like Hunter belonged to Allison? What if that was your child that they were grooming? What if that was your child they were turning against you? What if that was your child they were doing that sick, evil shit to? What if it was your child? Because this is what evil people like that do. And it ain't hard. If you do not watch your children, you do not keep your children close, you do not watch your children, it very well could be your child. You cannot let your guard down in this world today. because there is so many different types of evil out there looking to devour innocent human beings just because they can. They don't need a reason. It's just because they can. They feel it's your fault because you let them. That's all your fault. That's how evil thinks. They didn't do nothing. They can't do anything that you don't allow. So it's all your fault because you allowed it. Better wake up. Better wake up to how evil thinks. Because it don't think a damn thing like we think. And that's where we make mistakes. We make mistakes thinking everybody's like us. Oh, hell no, they're not. And that's how you get got. I'm going to tell you, evil doesn't care. They're bold. They're bold. Like, I'm going to tell you something about evil. Evil's that person standing in your fucking living room and didn't knock on the door first. Evil thinks it can just walk in. Evil thinks it can just take over. Evil thinks that, anything that you'll fucking allow, it will do. Don't allow it. You want to know how to stop it? Don't allow it. Have enough ass to stand up to it. If you're afraid, you're going to get got. You ain't got no ass, you're going to get got. That's just the way it is. You're going to get got. Hell yeah. Right, Lisa? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you. People who come from the hood, the ghetto, whatever they want to fucking call it. They call it everything but good. But people that come from places where, you see that shit every day. You see them snakes slithering everywhere. Always trying to, get somebody. You know what I'm talking about. You already been there. You done that. Your fucking ass done been schooled. You know what I'm saying. It's just the way it is. Evil, evil is harder to, it's harder for evil to get got. Because them motherfucking evil people, they know how they think, so they always on guard for everyone else. They're on guard. They know their own. They know their own when they see them. They know. They're like, you can watch this son of a bitch. And keep my fucking eyes on you. I mean, these motherfucking evil people, they be ready for it. They be ready for it. They're like, I ain't gonna get got. I do the getting. I ain't gonna get the got. But I think somewhere they done fucked up. They done fucked up. Seriously fucked up. And they're looking to arrest some asses right now. Trust me. It's coming. It's coming.
Searched for a little bit and then reported her missing. I don't have that information.
Yeah, she screwed up. She said afternoon. Summer ain't been seen since afternoon, early afternoon. They put her right at the swimming hole. See, that's the time frame they got in their brains, because they was pretty sure that she was deceased. They can't prove it. But forensics was like, we think she is, but thinking it is ain't enough. But we're pretty sure. I mean, can we say yes? No. Is there enough just between me and you to say, pretty damn sure she ain't? Yeah. There you go. So their minds are stuck at the swimming hole.
What do you think happened to Summer?
To be honest, what I think
To be honest,
is, like they said, there was some dude walking around the property. I think that she went off wandering and just got snatched up.
Oh, you think she went wandering and got snatched up? Well, that ain't what you was saying before, Hunter. All of a sudden, you want her to be snatched up too, just like Dawn and Candace. After your mommy, those tattoos that you're showing right there, that's your mama's rent money, isn't it? That's your mama's rent money. It's awful funny how two women, one, you're staying with Leslie and she ends up falling, hitting her head, and passing away. And then you're back with mommy, still mommy's rent money. Got mommy all upset. She falls, hits her head, passes away. Boy, ain't it a coincidence that everybody's around you falls, hits their head, and fucking passes away? What a coincidence, right? What a coincidence. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're thinking, you want to think the same way as Dawn and Candace and them because you're scared to go to freaking prison as well? Ain't that the problem? Wasn't you the one shaking, rattling, and rolling when you got home that day? Wasn't it you? That mother freaking came out and said, what am I supposed to do? Just to live with this stuff all the rest of my life, and what am I supposed to do? Wasn't it you having fucking meltdowns? Yeah. After on June 15, 2021 at the swimming hole, right, Hunter? After you had to sit in that car and see that little girl all soaking wet over there on that damn pillow against the driver's side door, right? Yeah. You need to think about that. You need to think about that a lot more often. We're here to remind you. We're here to remind you about how you had to sit there, what you had to look at, what you were shake, rattling, and rolling about, what you was having meltdowns over. We're here to remind you. And I'm sure that it's got to be very haunting to your mind. I'm sure that it's got to be very haunting to your mind if you're going to possibly see that little girl standing next to your bed, all soaking wet, staring at you. Right? Or maybe she'll be in her school outfit, staring at you. Maybe when you're laying on a sofa somewhere, if you can afford to lay on a sofa somewhere, maybe you'll wake up and see her standing there. You were supposed to be her friend. But you don't have no friends, do you? Because people like you can't be a friend. That's why you have no friends.
I just know that they have to have done something because she did not walk off that property.
All you know is she didn't walk off that property with Chris. All you know is they had to have done something to her because she wouldn't have walked off that property. But then, after you feel that, you're able to live with what everybody has told you not to tell, mommy, daddy, and you've gotten used to living with it on your back, you think she walked off. Yeah. I'm going to tell you, I don't know a lot about spirits. The Bible says that the spirit shall wonder. That's what the Bible says. It says the spirit shall wonder. The body goes into the grave and the spirit shall wonder. Now, I don't know a whole lot about spirits, but I will tell you this. When someone gets their life took, it's called premature death. Right? It's premature. They weren't supposed to die. It's premature. Now, what I hear is like, these kids that pass away. What happens is, they're a kid. Like Summer was 5, but now she's 10. And she'll be 15. And she'll be 20. And she'll be 25. Even though you will see a 5-year-old spirit, that 5-year-old spirit is advancing. It's advancing mentally, like everyone else. It advances mentally. And it learns. Just because it's got a 5-year-old appearance, it's going to have, an adult mind at some point. And to my understandings, these ghosts can get pretty, educated. And the older the spirit gets mentally, I hear the worst it can get. Like it's when it's able to process exactly what happened to it and who did it, then it can get real aggressive. It can become a problem, because it wants revenge. I don't know. That's just, that's just the shit that happens in scary movies. And I know, and like these scary movies are made really close to the real, they make these scary movies as close to, what they know, what people have experienced, what people have seen, and so forth. They make it as close to that as they can get. So when you're watching a scary movie, you're pretty much watching encounters of true stories that people have had with spirit, weird spirits and stuff. Just saying, So I don't know. I hear there's some places that you can't even live in. Did anybody else watch the movie where there was this old lady? They moved into this house and there's this old lady, she was upstairs and she really couldn't get out of bed and stuff, and she was pretty much bedridden. And I guess the son and daughter-in-law was taking care of her, they took care of her. But she was mentally, she was there and everything, but it's just physically, she was restrained physically. Pretty much had to stay in a bed. And, she had to have help with everything. And they gave her a bell and she'd ring the bell when she needed something. But in this house that they had moved in, she would, the bell would ring and they'd run to see what she wants and she'd be asleep. And they'd wake her and say, "Did you need something?" She would be like, "No." They said, "Why was you ringing the bell?" She said, "I didn't." And they're like, "Yeah, we heard it." And she's like, "I didn't ring the bell." And they're like, "Okay." They just assumed she forgot. And this bell kept going off all the time. And she said she wasn't ringing it. And they thought, that she was getting forgetful or, so they take the bell and they put it over in another room. And it still rings. Right? It still rings. And then other weird stuff starts happening. The drawers in the kitchen start flying in and out and other things, like things would fly across the room, no reason. They had to get the fuck out of there, right? They had to get out of there. And all of these people, what's really weird is all these people, think they're going to bring a preacher, they're going to bring somebody in there and do something, right? They think they're going to bring a preacher or whatever in there, going to do something. I'm going to tell you what, if somebody called me up to come in a house, like that, I would be like, I don't think so. Hell no. What I suggest to you is you leave, don't bring somebody in, get everybody the hell out, right? What the freak? That's freaking crazy. I don't even know about that. Yeah. Be like, lose my number, man. Lose my number. Don't be calling me. What I look like? Ghostbusters? Come on. No way. You better pray you find a new house real fast. You better pray that you can unload that elephant on somebody else. You know what I'm saying? There's this one people, they had a house and they went to court with the previous owners because they say it was haunted. The judge said, no, we're not going to make the previous owners return the money or anything, about this haunted place. We don't know what's going on. They lived there for a while, they didn't seem to have any problems. You're having problems. It's your problem. You bought this, your house now. And now, because they went to court over, the place supposedly being haunted, they can't sell the place unless they tell the next buyers that it's haunted, right? Sometimes they don't pay, to tell your story. Sometimes it pays to just put up the for sale sign, get the hell out of there. I don't have that video with me tonight. I don't have that video in my content, but I'll bring it out tomorrow, Mary. I'll bring it tomorrow. Yeah, he was standing at the tree. There's something about that bag. He was really, I mean, his whole attention was drawn to that bag hanging there, that new bag. That's true. And why would they bring, you know, a freaking bag like that with them? Why would they bring the bag with them like that? You know, he said that she was sitting on that pillow, wet against the driver's side door. And I'm wondering if the bag was to, you know, was to put to put it on the bottom half of her or something, you know, to until they got to Allison's house where they could clean her up, and, you know, where they could clean her up and dress her up and prop her up on the milk jugs. I did bring the video with me. Where Candace says that Hunter put Summer on the milk jugs.
And I'm going to just use this little one. Is that okay? Okay, so from when you got home, now she's leaning.
My mom's truck parks here.
Okay, your mom's truck's right here.
Yes.
Okay, so she's leaning against the milk. Is she sleeping?
She was sleeping, yes.
Okay. From exhaustion from that day?
Yes, she was. Where I woke her up early, and she usually sleeps until 9, 10, even 12 o'clock if I let her.
Okay. How did the milk bottles get rearranged? Hunter said he had them on the floor, and then he put them next to him.
They weren't.
Is that true?
No.
Okay, so walk me through that.
When we dropped them off, they were actually still on his lap.
Okay.
And he put them on the other side of Summer.
Okay. So he reached over?
Yeah, he set them over there by that. What's a black tote she had in there?
Okay. Was there? Where's that tote at?
I think actually my mom's got it still in her truck. It's got a bunch of crafts and stuff in it.
Okay, got it. And now, from when you pulled up, did she just fall asleep next to that?
She fell asleep, I'd say maybe 5 minutes on the road.
Okay.
Now listen to this. They're lying. They're absolutely lying, because she said Hunter set these milks over on the other side of Summer, when Hunter clearly said that Summer was by the door. He said she was over on the driver's side, back seat, driver's side, on a pillow, wet. She's the only one wet, he said, from swimming. And she was on the pillow against the driver's side door. Now, the reason for putting her against the driver's side door is because when they went through Walgreens, what side do you pull in? You pull in with the driver's side to get the medicines. So they would be able to see Hunter in the back seat, and they'd be able to see Grandis and Candace. But if Summer was against that driver's side door, they wouldn't see her when they pull over into Sonic's, which they got 4 drinks, supposedly. But Summer, if they did get 4 drinks, it's because they just wanted to act like she's still alive. And she's still against the driver's side door where she wouldn't have been seen. Then they go to the store, which she is still by the driver's side door. And by being over by the driver's side door on a pillow, she might have been a trash bag from the waist down. She might have been in a trash bag in order, to keep everything concealed from the bodily functions that happen when you're just, when you're unalive, you're no longer with us. Stuff happens. And you don't want, not much happens from the waist up, but stuff happens from the waist down, which can be a mess and can be very, very easily detected, very hard to wash away. So I'm thinking that's what the trash bag may have been for. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I do think that the car was ran through a car wash because it looks like witness on the window there. And if you look at that back window, it looks like, it's been wet. And I'm thinking that vehicle had been taken through a car wash because it wasn't raining that day. It did not rain. So there would be no reason for that witness to be in the back of the window like that. Now, once they got her to Allison's house and they cleaned her up and everything, well, that's a different story. And I'm going to be honest with you. Summer's legs in this picture right here, take a look at it. Her legs look too big for her legs. There's something else underneath those shorts. Put a 1 in the chat if you took note to that. Because her legs were not that big. They're just not. It's like there's something underneath there. Her legs were like 2 mother freaking sticks, right? Her legs were like 2, like her arms. Look at her arms. Look at her arms compared to her legs. And her arms, her legs are not like that huge. There's something wrong. There's something wrong there with the legs. Something definitely wrong. So, you gotta wonder what's underneath there. I don't know. But there's something. You can tell that there's like bags or something underneath there. I don't think they're swollen because if you look at the pants, you can see where it's sticking out. You can see where there's something stuffed in there. The pants are actually sticking out. There's something in there. Just saying, you guys. Yeah, it could be some kind of plastic. It looks like it might be some kind of plastic or something in there. You know, something's in there because look, these are definitely not, those are definitely not her legs. You know, they were as skinny as her arms. And not only that, but Hunter also made a statement. He said, I holded the milk on my lap because I didn't want to get in trouble for spilling it. I wasn't about to clean up no milk mess, right? Well, look at the way these jugs are. If you ain't going to make a milk mess, you're not going to lay one fucking jug down and set the other jug up on top of it. If I was to put that milk on the other side of Summer, I would have set both jugs up exactly the way the top jug is set. I would have set them both up just like the top one. They'd have both been sitting together on the seat. Somebody propped us. Somebody stuffed that milk underneath that box. They got it jammed in there. They laid the bottom jug down and if you look, you can see the box holding the bottom jug in. There's a box on the floor of the car holding the bottom jug in. Then they propped the other jug up on top and wedged it in with the between that other box and the so-called tote below it. They wedged it in there. And then you can tell they staged this because they took her hood of her jacket and used it to position her on those milk jugs. You can tell the way that you could tell someone's been pulling on that hood of that jacket to position her in place. You ain't gonna, if she would have, she was awake and she would have just fell asleep on her own, the hood of her jacket would have been behind her, not beside her. No way in hell. A kid that would be too uncomfortable on the right side of her neck. It would have been, that jacket would have been pushing in on the right side of her throat. She wouldn't have wanted it like that. She would have, she'd have had her hood behind her. And when she laid down, the hood would have been, the jacket would have been even on her. Someone pulled it, and they pulled it really good because, usually that would hurt a kid, having something that tight against the right side of his throat, the way that jacket is. She was propped up. This right here, I'm going to tell you, law enforcement, they know. I mean, they might not be able to prove, but they know. Like Ronnie Lawson said, what took you 4 hours to call law enforcement? What took you all that time to call them? They suspect that this child is deceased. I suspect this child is deceased. I know people who know professionals in the medical field that have looked at this picture and said, they can't say definite, but it does look like, she is deceased. It looks like makeup on her face. It looks like somebody cleaned her up and put makeup over top of the bruising, and the bruising is so severe, even with the makeup on, is still coming through. It's still showing. Just imagine what it would look like with the makeup off. And she looks too flawless. She looks too flawless. Her skin ain't going to be that flawless unless makeup's on her. She's a kid. It looks like somebody, bathed her up and dressed her up and made her up and then staged her up on these milk jugs. And they was working fast. They was working very fast, and it looks like there's something underneath those pants she's wearing. And those pants are missing. Candace has the jacket. Candace has the shirt. The only thing missing is those pants. Think about that. Summer's legs weren't no bigger than her arms. And look at her legs there. They're 3 times. They're 3 times bigger than her arm. They're like 3 times bigger than her arms. No way in hell. There is something inside those pants legs. And you can see it bulging. You can actually see it bulging inside of there. If you look to the left, if you're looking at the screen, if you look to the left side, the side where the orange pop is, look at the pants leg, and you can see it bulging. Like there's something in there. There is definitely something inside them pants legs right there. Pat D, there's no call for that, man. There's no call for that. I don't even know what the hell you're thinking when you be talking about a little child, an innocent child like that. You need to move up on Ben Hill Road. That comment, you need to go move up on Ben Hill Road. Take that ass and go move up on Ben Hill Road. That's disgusting. Something fucking mentally wrong with you too. For real. They layered them over something. I don't know what, but they did layer them over something. Yeah, it looks like something. Yeah, it is. There's something inside those pants right there. No way in hell her legs are that huge. Absolutely not. But Candace said Hunter, staged her up like this. Um, I don't know. I don't know. You know, because I would think that Hunter, he might have, but I don't think so. Because the hood, for one, Hunter would have been able to pick her up with no problem. He'd have been able to stage her up with no problem. Whoever staged her up on this, you know, had a problem. You know, their mobility wasn't very good. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have too good of motor skills. I would say more than likely Candace was the one that staged her up on these boxes. I think Hunter was in his bedroom freaking the fuck out, wanting no more to do with, you know, with their bullshit. I think Grandis, you know, is trying to disconnect from it as well. And I think Allison and Candace were the two that, you know, the two that had to do all the work. And, you know, after the fact, I think they were the ones. I think Allison helped because she didn't want Hunter in prison. And Candace, you know, she was all in it because, you know, that was her and Donnie's plan to keep from going to prison. So, that's just my opinion, you know, but so far I've been right? So far I have been right from day one. Everybody gave me hell. Everybody said, you know, PG, you know, is too out there with the truth. You know, I'm too, straightforward with everything. I've caught a lot of shit. But I've been right. I've been right. You know, I haven't really overly researched the stain below. I see what everybody's talking about right below the seatbelt. I haven't really ever zoned in to, you know, to even address that. I'm going to be honest. I haven't, you know, zoned in on it. I've zoned in, you know, on the bruising, both sides of the head, the makeup smeared, the lipstick right below the right side of her lip right there, and there's a little bit smeared, just a tad smeared on the other side of her lip, but more so on the right side down by the milk jugs, the right side of the mouth. You could see the lipstick is smeared. There's definitely makeup, flawless. Her face shouldn't look like that. It don't look like that in any of the other pictures. It just isn't that flawless. That's makeup. Some type of foundation been put on her. I've zoned in on her hands, the bruising all the way up her thumb. I mean, going into the sleeve of the jacket. The nail beds, you know, already turning the color of, you know, of an unalive person, you know, the loss of oxygen. I've zoned in on a lot of things. You know, her hair being blow dried. I've zoned in on that. Her legs being way too big, you know, those pants got to be stuffed. They got to be stuffed with something. Because her legs, there's no way her legs are that big. I've zoned in on, you know, the shirt under the jacket. That was in Candace's box. She had that shirt in the box. I know it. And the jacket. The only thing's missing is those pants. I don't know. I'll zone in on it. I'll see what, but you know, it just looks to me. I mean, I'm not really sure that's a stain. I'm thinking that the jacket is just looking a little darker because it's all bunched up. That seatbelt is pulled so damn tight that, you know, it's bunched up, and the lighting's making it look a little darker shade of pink than, you know, than the rest of the jacket because it's bunched, you know, but that's another red flag because that shows you that seatbelt is pulled tight as fuck to keep her in place. She wouldn't have a seatbelt on that damn tight if she was alive. You know, it is definitely holding her in place because it's pushing in on her stomach and causing a bulge above and below with the jacket, which should not be. That's entirely too tight to be on a child that's living. Somebody says no, it's blood. I'll check into it. I'll bring it. I'll bring it as far out as I can. I'll bring it tomorrow night. I'll definitely blow it up life size for you, so you can get a way better look, you know, for yourself. You know, I mean, I ain't saying it ain't. I'm just saying, you know, what it looks like to me right now, you know, from the distance. It could be. I don't know. You know. Like I said, I'm honest. I haven't really looked into it, overly looked into it. So okay, Lisa. You know, I'll look into it. I mean, I'm honest. I haven't focused in on that. Because everything else tells me pretty much what I needed to know. But I'll zoom in on it. I mean, that'll raise, you know, if I believe that's what it is, that'll raise a lot more questions, you know. That would definitely raise a lot more questions. I don't know. There's definitely something under those pants. I know that. That's for sure. That's for sure, because I'll tell you why. You see where her knee is right there? One thing I know about a skinny, knobby-kneed kid, you're going to see that knee bone sticking out, and that knee bone ain't sticking out. That knee bone is the only way you get that kind of a look is if clothes are layered. If they're layered, if there's something underneath, like, for instance, Halloween costume, you'll get that look. You know how you put those Halloween costumes over top of your kids' clothes? You know what I'm talking about? Only it looks like the Halloween costume is under her clothes instead of over top of her clothes. Put a 1 in the chat if you can agree with that. That's when the knee looks, like it's like, like it's got a pad on it, some padding. That's just my opinion. But I've had you guys in here for quite a while, and I know everybody's got to get some sleep, right? Especially PG. Tomorrow is Monday. Monday fun day, right? It's going to be a Monday fun day. And, start of the week, I'm trying to get, I'm trying to get more mindful, more enthusiastic about Mondays, the start of the week. But, after having all weekend off, it's not easy to, to see Monday like you do Friday or even Wednesday. Monday just feels like all work, no play. Tuesday feels like all work, no play. Wednesday, you get a little happier, right? You get a little happier because it's Wednesday. 2 more days, And Thursday, you get real energetic because, Friday is just a hop away and you got the whole weekend again. So, but I'm trying to get, mindful and like every day, every day's a blessing. Every day's a blessing. And I'm trying to not make no difference between Monday and Friday, but it's easier said than done, right? It's easier said than done. But I'm going to stay hopeful. Thank you. Mary said, thank you, PG, for all the hell you've raised. Summer needs all of us, but you, my lady, are Summer's angel. That's one thing I can do. It's raise some hell, right? If I can't do anything else, I can raise hell. I promise anybody who knows me would agree with you. That's funny. Hey, I love you guys too. You know it. Anyway, PG's gonna get out of here. I'm gonna let you guys get some rest. And we will resume We will resume everything tomorrow, and I'll bring everything to the table. I'll definitely remember to do her jacket. And we'll definitely go over this. This is something that really needs to be gone over. So, you know, we're going to size it all up. You know, everything is worth looking into. Everything. And we're going to look into it because this little girl needs us. Summer needs us. God be with her. God be with her. God bless that little girl. She was beautiful. She was beautiful. She had every right to still be here. Every right, just like we are here. We wouldn't want nobody to take us out of this world. Nobody has that right except God. You cannot take anything that you cannot give. The Bible tells you, do not take nothing that you cannot give. You cannot give life. You have no right taking it. Only God can give life. Only God has a right to take it. No one had a right to take this baby's life away from it. This was a cowardly fucking action, if you ask me. It was done in cowardness. It was a sacrifice. It was a sacrifice, one, to save others' backsides from going to prison. That is what I believe. That's my opinion. And I think law enforcement may be seeing that now. I think they may have finally woke the fuck up and started to see the truth. I sure pray they have. I pray that their eyes are open to the truth. I pray they work harder to do what needs to be done to get justice for this baby girl. She deserves justice. We all deserve justice against evilness. Every last one of us deserve justice against evil people. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it. Whether it's here or in the next life, we're going to get it. Justice will be served. No doubt about that. Anyway, I'm going to say good night, but not before I ask you to pray for Summer, Moon, Utah, Wells. Keep those prayers going up, you guys. I think God is putting everything on the table. I think God is helping us to be able to see the truth. I think God is letting us face the truth, to understand the truth, to know it for what it is, and to not be afraid to call it out in the name of His Son, Jesus Christ. This little girl depends on our prayers. And we got to keep praying. We can't stop now. We got to keep praying until the whole truth comes to light. And I know it will. I know it will if we continue to pray. Look how far God's brought us. I'm telling you, He's done brought us farther than we have to go. Let us not give up now. Keep those prayers going up for this baby. Keep them going up. Because this baby's worth every second that we spend out here doing what we do. And pray for Michael Vaughn, Sebastian Rogers, Jack and Lily, Emmanuel, little Genesis, and pray for Nancy. And pray for them. Austin, Metcalf's family as well. They're going through so much. They're going through so much. They got so much hate on them. And they lost a son. A twin lost his twin brother. It's just a mess. It's an absolute mess. Let us pray for them in the name of Jesus as well. And keep praying for one another. Keep praying for one another. I know someone's been praying for me. And I want to tell you, thank you so much. Thank you for your prayers. Whoever it is praying for PG, I want to thank you. God bless you. God bless you. But let us keep praying for one another as well. Family that prays together stays together. When people are praying for you, and you're praying for yourself, life only gets better. It gets better. And we're an army. We are an army of people. Life can't do nothing but get better. With so many people praying for one another. Keep them prayers going up, you guys. God bless. Much love. And good night.